All right, we have a connection on the computer. That's great. Oh, we're live. Okay, I just meant to get things up before the stream started, but I guess. Are we live? Let's see. I'll check on my phone. Oh, yeah, we're live. Very exciting. Welcome. I'm just going to do a little audio check.
Okay, I just meant to get things up before
Okay.
the stream started.
We're sounding good.
Are we live? Let's see. I'll check.
We'll get a little music going here.
We're live. Very exciting.
Oh man, listen to that music. That's crazy. That is music. Divine music. Just gonna write in my... Kiln, Fiend. Starting now. Let's just make sure you can hear my voice against the music.
Starting.
Yeah, you can hear my voice. Great! Wow. Welcome. We're gonna go ahead. Happy April 20th. I'm here today live streaming some Pauper for you. But not just any Pauper. My favorite Pauper deck. It's actually just my favorite archetype in general. It's mono red prowess, but most notably it makes use of Kiln, Fiend and Festival Crasher, which have their own forms of prowess. These gain +3 power and +2 power for every time you cast an instant or sorcery, as well as Monastery Swift Spear, which has haste and prowess for just 1 mana. So it's a very low to the ground deck. You want to protect your creatures. You want to be able to hit your opponent with your creatures. So the most important thing about this deck is keeping your creatures alive. But how do we do that? We have this great spell called Apostle's Blessing, which just gives it protection from the color of your choice. And we also can just do a lot of pumping to give your creature more health. Because for prowess, you gain health every time you trigger it. But for Kiln, Fiend and Festival Crasher, we need to up the health using means like mutagenic growth. And then we have finishing spells like Temur Battle Rage, which allows you to get trample and double strike. And spells like Manamorphose, which draw you a card, count as casting an instant, and also give you mana. So let's go ahead and hop into a Pauper League here. I have play points from the last time I did a Pauper League. Let's just make sure. Yep, this is the one we want. So we will spend the play points. I'm gonna go ahead and just crop out the bottom of my screen here. Oop. That's not the right button. That's not the right button. There we go. Just for a little extra privacy. But yeah, we're loading up, and Tex is excited. Hi, Tex. What do you think right now? You're a good cat. That's what I think. We'll even start recording on my end so I can make highlight content just for you. This stream is sponsored by Get CBD Plus. That's what it is. Yeah, this stream is sponsored by Get CBD Plus. Use code Easter at the link in the description to get 25% off your first order. These orders help the channel and, yeah, are a good deal for the holiday. We're just looking for our first opponent now. How are you today, viewer? Are you ready for some 420 Magic the Gathering? Just gonna while we wait, I'm gonna retweet the tweet. Get my friend Paul in here. Wow, this queue's taking a while. People must... How many days are left in this? The league is open till June 20th. It just opened. There's only 2 undefeated trophies, so I'm surprised we're not finding a match. I suppose it is a holiday. Oh, we found someone. Great. All right. Ooh. Who's taking the play? Okay, I'm making the decision first, so I think it's me. How do I get the log out here? Okay. I don't know. That's what we want. Okay. They're playing first, so on the mole I will keep this hand because Monastery Swift Spear is that good. We can protect it with mutagenic growth. Alright, so their turn 1 is not very active. Looks like I'm against Affinity based on the fact that they played an artifact land. Affinity uses artifact lands to cast artifact spells that also have affinity for artifacts, which means that they cost 1 less mana per artifact that you have, so each land is like having 2 mana. It's pretty busted. Maybe I should have waited till I had 2 lands there, but the turn 1 7 damage was pretty good. Alright. So now that we have this, we can hold up Apostle's Blessing and just bolt face. This is kind of Christmas land magic right now. And keep our Swift Spear alive. Now the important thing about this spell is that getting protection from artifacts also means that we can't be blocked by artifact creatures, which is extra helpful. So they just gained some life, which isn't fun for us because we're trying to take them out as quickly as possible with this deck. Alright, but we have enough lands to justify not only drawing cards, but getting some protection for our creatures, which is pretty great. We'll go ahead and get some protection here since we have a Festival Crasher there. Get protection from artifacts. Maybe that was overkill. Could have been. But we're just trying to be off to the races with this. We don't know what our top deck is going to be, but we have to play as if it's going to be a good top deck. It's called playing to win, not playing to not lose. All of the damage all of the life I've lost has been from paying Phyrexian mana, which is a way to pay mana instead of by losing life instead of just paying the mana. It's very busted. So we're a little bit out of gas here because they're pretty well built. So the best thing we can do is hold up now, hold on to our Apostle's Blessing, and try to swing through. It was very silly of me to use that land there, but it's not a big deal. I should have used the one that disappeared at the end of my turn. But I have protection in hand, which is good because it looks like they're about to sacrifice some artifacts to deal some damage to my permanents. Wow, they're not going to use that. Okay. So we had a pretty difficult draw here. Maybe we were too hasty there. But we're in a good position now that we have 2 Festival Crashers. They'd have to sacrifice 8 permanents to take out all of our creatures. So that's not a bad place to be in. It could be a lot worse. Alright, so we're going to give all of our creatures trample, get 3 prowess and Festival Crash, get 2 Festival Crasher and 1 prowess trigger, and a draw, which is just about as good of a top deck as we could have gotten in that situation. Okay. We're gonna... What we're gonna do is we're gonna swing and see how they block. Because we can take out 2 of their creatures. And at instant speed we can give protection. We are presenting lethal to our opponent. Currently. Let's see how they respond. We can always respond with a Apostle's Blessing, so we're in a good spot. All right. And now on our second main, we can play another Festival Crasher. Yep. So they'll take out. We spent our protection mana, unfortunately, but that may have just lost me the game. Actually, I may have been too in the headlights, been too greedy. Man, I think I just really screwed the pooch there. Can't win them all though. It's what, turn 7? This deck is supposed to win before turn 7 if it's gonna have a chance of winning, so we might have to go to game 2 here. But Magic is a best of 3 game, so you know, it's fine. We'll have to see what we top deck. They got Frogmite back. Okay, yep, that's game 2. It's a good game 1 on their part. So what we'll do is we'll get these and these. These Gorilla Shaman will deal with some of their artifacts, and these Underworld Rager will just give us some extra hits. I think looting is hard for this. But also, I don't have enough justification to use the Rager, so that's what we're gonna do. I would like to play first, yep. That's an okay hand. We have to keep it. It has great protection. It has a great spell. So something about the discipline of having Kiln Fiend is that we can't play it until we can protect it. And that means we can't play it until next turn. Which means they've already got a bit of a board presence. But Kiln Fiend is so explosive that as long as it doesn't get countered, which this opponent couldn't counter because they had no blue mana, and we protect it, we can really do a lot of damage. So I'm pretty satisfied with this. Okay, they're going to try and take it out now. We're gonna give it protection from red. Alright, we're going to play land for turn. We're going to crash through. Great spell, just to get things moving here. We're going to lava dart the opponent. Okay, they're tapped out to draw a card, which means we can go all in. Famous last words sometimes, but we're gonna do it. It's funny, if they had kept the mana up, I wouldn't have done that. But now we have 18 damage coming in, and yeah, they can't block it. So that was a W. That's what the deck's supposed to be able to do. And that's why I love this deck. You have to choose when to go all in, and you have to be very careful. You have to make plays that are usually bad in other decks, like not playing a creature until turn 3 if you keep a Kiln Fiend hand. This is a one-lander, but Monastery Swift Spear and Manamorphose are so good, and Crash Through opens us up to another draw, so I'm keeping it. However, next turn, if we don't draw a land off of Crash Through, we might be in some trouble. Don't forget to check the description for information about deals for the holiday. Okay, they're playing a chromatic star. That's fine. They're currently tapped out. And we are on a roll. So what we are going to do is we're going to draw 2 off the top using Reckless Impulse to just get us another land. And we're going to... Yeah, we'll use this Mutagenic Growth because we don't have time for it to benefit Kiln Fiend, so it's better to just use now. And we'll swing in for 5 on turn 2. And next turn, we can cast Kiln Fiend as well as a Crash Through. And Teamer Battle Rage will probably bring us home. Either way, Manamorphose is an insane card. But so is that. So is a 5/6 on what is this? Turn 3? Yeah, on turn 3 they have a 5/6. So that's tough for me. Oh, and they have a way to take out Kiln Fiend. Which means I have to do something uncomfy. I have to bolt this because it's unsafe to play Kiln Fiend if I don't. It's never comfy to do that. And yeah, we'll just hardcast Kiln Fiend without protection right now. Why not? Whew. But the goal is in the headlights. They have 3 cards in hand. We're about to give everything trample and then one of them double strike. Or we can give if we Manamorphose first, we have the chance of giving everything double strike and trample. Which is a lot of damage. Yeah, that's fine. I'll take that damage. I will not block that. Unless you're stream sniping, in which case I will block it. Don't forget to use code EASTER at the link in the description to get 25% off CBD and legal THC products. Alright. So here's where we go crazy. We're going to Manamorphose, which is going to trigger Monastery, Swiftspear, and Kiln Fiend. And draw us a card and get us to red. A completely busted card. We're going to use one of the red to draw off the top and trigger Monastery, Swiftspear, as well as Kiln Fiend. We are going to Teamer Battle Rage on the Kiln Fiend. So it's swinging for double strike 20. And we'll also swing... this is a 4/5 with... They're probably... In order to not lose, they have to block with the 5/6. So we'll go ahead and swing with the 4/5. Trample for some extra damage. But this is a double strike trample 10/2. So... it's probably still going to do a lot. So the first hit will do 6. And yeah, that's lethal on the double strike. That's a great game 1. We had to make some faith decisions, but we got the W. We are currently 1-0. Can I get a W in the chat? Alright. Our opponent got turn 1 for game 2. And our hand... It doesn't have protection for Lava Dart. But I don't know what we're up against, so I feel like it's still a good hand. Because it gives us enough to do with Festival Crasher. Usually, I keep something with... Okay. This looks like... I'm not sure what this is going to be. Truly am not. But as you saw in the last game, Double Strike can really just win a game. Okay, their ore's off. Spare supplies, draws them a card. It doesn't gain them any life, so that's great. This is probably Orzhov control. We're gonna go ahead and cycle this land so that we can draw off it. Okay. I'm gonna make the executive decision to put down Festival Crasher, because if that stays on the board, we're cooking, and if not, we now know that they're down. They have 4 cards, and they've just spent 1 removal, so could be worse. Okay, we're gonna Monastery Swift Spear, crash through. Lightning Bolt. Losing that creature was tough, but black has some of the best removal in the format with Snuff Out and with Cast Down. So you gotta have grace with yourself, is all I'll say. If we survive another turn, we can give Monastery Swiftspear Double Strike and Trample. They're drawing a lot of cards. They have 5 cards in hand. Okay, these are all instants, so I'm gonna move to attack and do this. If they don't have removal here, it might be game. Prowess our way up to 4. And then Ferocious Teamer Battle Rate. So that makes this a 7/7 with Double Strike and Trample. So we win if they don't have a cast down, and if they do, we lose. Yep. Oh, game 2. I'm gonna give them some nice. Nice. On to game 2. They had answers to all of our stuff, so what we are going to do is we are going to bring in Underworld Rager, since they have a lot of removal in this deck, just to keep things... Oop. That's the deck. Oh, yep, that's what I love about Kiln Fiend. It's risky. You gotta go all in and just make bets on based on how many cards your opponent has and how much mana they have. We always love good, polite people on Magic the Gathering Online. There's sometimes a lot of toxicity. Thank you so much for tuning into this stream. Don't forget that on this wonderful 420, you can use code EASTER to get 25% off of CBD items and legal THC items in your territory. Yeah, but this opponent will be tough. This opponent, alright, we won the die roll, so we will play first. We just have to outspeed our opponent. They're not going to keep a hand that doesn't have removal, though. This has no creatures, so I have to mulligan it. This is okay. Hey, Tex. Tex meows a lot. He's my cat, and when he is hungry, or when he wants cuddles, or when his litter box, or when he wants to go outside, or when he wants food, he screams. And his litter box and food are all okay, and he's not allowed to go outside currently. But I sure hope he wants to cuddle. They have a lot of removal, so I think it's actually better to just get damage on the board. Even though that cuts off my that creates an opportunity cost. Okay. This Thraben's gonna be able to chump block Underworld Rager. But Underworld Rager we can use later, so it's okay. Actually, we can keep Underworld Rager alive with mutagenic growth, and I think we're going to. I have more plans for this creature. Probably should have waited till they declared the block, though. But we're still getting in for 5. That's what we want. Now, we don't actually have protection, but we do have mana open and 2 cards in hand, so we give the impression of protection. Oh man, that mutagenic growth wasn't smart actually. We should have saved it for the Kiln Fiend. Because now if we don't have trample, the Kiln Fiend is stifled. Oh well, we have to play as if we're going to draw something good. Keep our options open, right? Okay, protection's actually really good. That was actually dumb of me, because I didn't get something that provided trample. At least we can swing with Underworld Rager. I threw this game. That was too ambitious of me. It was very silly of me. At least we can get back Underworld Rager next turn with its escape mechanic. Oh, yep, gotta scoop to that. Well, I'll see what my top deck is. I'll see what my top deck is. Yeah, this was a tough matchup for me. There's no coming back from that. So we are 1-1. That's okay. Can't win them all, right? We're still having fun. We're still playing Magic the Gathering. And we've won one. How are you today? Are you having a good 420? I sure am. Just sitting here with my cat, streaming some Magic the Gathering. Can't go undefeated all the time. Actually, I never have. But I tend to win more than I lose, and that's what's important. Kiln Fiend's a hard deck. I'm still learning it in a lot of ways. I plan to use it in MagicCon Minneapolis, which is in about 2 weeks. If you're gonna be there, let me know. I'll say hello. I couldn't get ChatGPT to generate any Magic 420 jokes because 420 is too inappropriate for ChatGPT. Why did the planeswalker smoke the joint? To be high on marijuana. Ha 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 ha. Do you get that joke? Why was the what's a stoner's favorite color in Magic the Gathering? Green. I really want there to be a 4-power 20 toughness creature, but Hasbro owns Magic the Gathering, and Magic the Gathering is for most stages, so I don't think it'll ever happen. But it'd be funny. It certainly would be. I'd love to have a homie over to play some Magic. Went over my head. Yeah, Connor. Were those jokes too much for you? Connor, you should play Magic sometime. I have so many decks we can play. I do have some stand-up I've been working on. I can't do it here because I'm still working on it, but I'd love to tell y'all it outside of stream. Oh, and that's a beautiful opening hand. We'll keep this opening hand. We'll stay at 2 lands, because we have a lot of lands in this deck. Oh, but it's a turn 2. Okay, so they're on red, which means they either are doing Burn or Kiln Fiend. It's more likely they're doing Burn, because that's like the meta deck right now. Which is why Kiln Fiend is fun, because when you start, people think you're playing Burn and prepare for Burn, but you're actually playing something where if you don't deal with the creatures correctly, you lose. Okay. They don't have hand disruption, so I'm gonna go ahead and hold on to Kiln Fiend for a little longer. We're gonna try and get them to block with Thermo. That is worth a mutagenic growth. It prevents them. It's an opportunity cost from what the Monastery Swiftspear could have done, but next turn we're gonna have a Monastery Swiftspear and a bolt. Oh, and we could have bolted the Thermo. But still, we can also bolt their Monastery Swiftspear. That dwarf needs to die. Which is great, because we don't need to target it. We can just hit face. Okay, they're not blocking. So... Dang, I didn't know how to hold priority correctly there. After they I don't know how declaring blocks works in this client, to be honest. Was that premature of me? Yes. Here for the clout. Who is streaming siblings? As always, check the description for some for a code for 25% off CBD and THC. Welcome, Bob and Lo and Bob. There's a lot of triggers on the stack here, but the most important one is the one where I take out my opponent's creatures. And I'll at least take out one of them. I feel baited into... Okay, if I sacrifice a mountain... If I sacrifice 2 mountains, I can get him down to 6 and take out both of his dwarves. I'm gonna do it. Keeping 2 swift spears is just such good opportunity cost. Because at worst, thank you for laughing at my jokes. At worst, we have 2 gray creatures for swinging. Wow, look at all these viewers. Don't forget that you can get CBD using code Easter at the link in the description. Oh, that bluff just backfired. I was trying to bluff on my opponent. Alright, now all that matters is who top decks the best cards, unfortunately. And it looks like it's gonna be them. I'm a silly guy. I probably could have won if I sequenced differently. Alright. This sets me up to not lose if I draw the best cards for not losing. And that's the best we can do right now. Though they might have lethal right here. If they don't top an island, we're good. Oh, they did top a mountain. Sorry, I meant mountain, not island. Wow, this is like the best viewership I've ever gotten on a live stream, so thanks for tuning in. Okay, we have a chance here. Because we have trample. Oh, and we're one mana short. But this is okay. Let's just go to game 2. That was a very clunky game 1 for me. I'm not gonna lie. But we can take out some of their bigger creatures using this. Whoa! Welcome to Magic the Gathering! This is a glass cannon deck. Who here in the chat knows what a glass cannon deck is? Well, a glass cannon in general is something that sacrifices its defensiveness to leverage offense. It's in the name. It's a cannon that is made out of glass. So it's fragile, but it hits hard. And that's what a glass cannon is. And this deck, the creatures are very powerful, but they have to be used specifically to leverage their power, and they're quite vulnerable. I have so many. Let's see. Oh, that's targeting my creature. Yeah, usually you wouldn't want to play a creature like Kiln Fiend, which is one of the best creatures in our deck, but very vulnerable, without protection. And I had some protection there I actually could have used, but we have so many Kiln Fiends in our hand that it's okay. But for this, we're gonna have to protect it. And now they're gonna think, oh, you can't protect it anymore, can you? But we can. We totally can. Alright. We're gonna lose our Kiln Fiend, but that's fine because we have a Monastery Swiftspear and a Festival Crasher, and they've spent so much of their resources just trying to whittle me down. So now we are able to crack back, as they say. If Festival Crasher can last this turn, we might actually have lethal. Well, we'll be able to do a lot. So we play a Monastery Swiftspear. We play a Manamorphose, which makes Monastery Swiftspear and Festival Crasher both more powerful. Because every time I cast an instant spell or a sorcery, anything that's not a creature, basically, I I get that pump. And then we have another Manamorphose. We are living the dream. That's the best thing you can do with Manamorphose, is draw another Manamorphose. It's not the same thing as time walking your opponent, but it's kind of close. And now... This is hard because they're holding a lightning bolt. We'll call their bluff. We'll go all in. They didn't use a lightning bolt last turn. This is a hard turn because it's using incomplete information to make a guess. If it goes through, we're swinging for 18 damage. Yeah, so they're at 2 life. If we make it to next turn, we win because we have a lightning bolt and a lava dart. But if they can kill us right here, if they can do 11 damage, then we're done. I think they just misplayed. No, they didn't. All right, we might be good. Yeah, we can just burn them right here. That's the best thing about this deck, is that everything that just deals guaranteed damage to our opponents, which is burn spells, pretty much guaranteed damage, also synergizes with our creatures. So I can lightning bolt my opponent next turn for 3 damage, or I can lava dart for 2 damage. And they have 2 life, so we'll see if they have a way to respond. I don't even think they do in this format. On to game 3. Wow, 6 viewers, 5 concurrent viewers. That's where we're at. Wow, that's the most viewers we've had simultaneously sustained on a live stream. So I really appreciate that. Thank you, Bob and Low. Thank you, Jenna. Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Connor. And thank you, whoever that Benjamin guy is. All right. And we have a great hand for turn 3, for game 3. So they kept a 7-land hand. They're going to have the same first turn as me. That's totally fine. It's just going to be a race to the W in this game. But yeah, I'm really grateful to own this deck in paper so that when MagicCon comes around, I can play it in person all 3 days this weekend. That weekend, the weekend of Cinco de Mayo. If you're going to be in Minneapolis, let me know. I think it's worth the price of admission, personally, because there's just going to be so many artists there and live events that are covered by the cost of admission. All right, we have 2 Festival Crashers, so we can tease one out here. Yeah, I don't know who that Benjamin Easter guy is. Let's kick him out. I'm going to give you mod privileges. No, just kidding. I'm not even going to block this Swift Sphere. So I have to pay 2 life in order to deal damage to that creature. We'll just swing him for 3 this turn, but the most important thing is that we took out one of their blockers. Because next turn, if we have 2 Festival Crashers they can't deal with, we win. And if not, they're still going to have to spend resources to deal with us, and we have a card that draws us more cards that triggers them. So that triggers them pumping themselves. So we can proactively still stay ahead on resources with this hand. We have a spell that they don't know about that gives my creatures tramples. So it looks like they are going to take out one of my Festival Crashers, which is too bad. It halves the amount of damage we could have done there, but what are you going to do? Except keep playing. That's life. When you love the game, you keep playing even when it doesn't go your way. They're gonna try to do a lot of damage to me here, but okay. We're gonna do Reckless Impulse because that draws us cards, and drawing cards is really good. We're gonna do Reckless Impulse because that draws us cards, and drawing us cards is really good. They will have to deal with this Festival Crasher. Or they'll have to win with just a Monastery, an unblocked Monastery Swiftspear. Man, if they had 2, that'd be tough. Okay, this... Okay. Let's see what 2 cards they have. They might have lethal here. Or at least be able to take out my Swiftspear. Okay, they have a blocker. They just invested a lot of resources into a blocker, even though I can actually go way over that blocker, so that's fine. But this, that'll deal 4 damage to me and bring me down to 5 health. Oh, they might have lethal there. They just did 5 damage to me and have a 4. GG. Good game. If we had made it one more turn, we could have won. But alas, I'll reveal my hand to my opponent and go to game. So now we're 1 and 2. We'll go to game 4. If this league is pretty quick, we'll just transition over to Pokemon Coliseum. I'm totally fine with that. It's pretty fun. We don't have a thumbnail for that. But I think I'll survive with doing a post-run thumbnail for it. Just putting a slash and making it also a Coliseum. But don't forget, check the description for a code and a link to get 25% off CBD, which can be delivered same day if you're within 25 miles of Edina, Minnesota, or can be delivered by mail wherever you are, as long as it's legal where you are. Thank you so much for joining us. Wow, this is the most concurrent viewers we've ever had. Or at least it was for a second. Someone joined for a second and then left. Someone just stopped in. Maybe they wanted that coupon code. I hope you're using that coupon code. Any orders from that website do benefit the channel. That is the sponsor of today's stream. Depending on how I'm feeling after this league, I might do Pokemon Coliseum. Alright. They're going to play first. They get first turn. We can't keep that hand. We will keep that hand. Since I don't know what my opponent's card is, I'm on the draw, so I'm gonna bottom Reckless Impulse. On the draw means that I go second. That card is great because it can block my Swift Spear. So far. That card is great because it removes my Swift Spear. My Taylor Swift Spear. We don't have a way to protect the Festival Crasher, so there's no point in waiting. Let's see if they can destroy my Festival Crasher. No, but they have a way to get a bunch of little guys on the field and a way to give them all haste. That's tough for me. Hard to beat that. Well, at least 1, 6, 8, 10. We have 10 damage in hand. So we're gonna actually offer to trade with all of their goblins. Because all we have to do is this. And now it's 1 creature for all those goblins. Was that my best move? We'll only know in hindsight. It really depends on what I draw. But with our current board state, we have to play this way. I could have bolted that. I should have bolted that. I'm gonna bolt that. I haven't been playing impulsively enough to win this round, but we'll see how it goes. They got a 1/1. Oh, they didn't even use it. Okay. We are dry on creatures, but we have protection. So, as long as we get a creature out, we can still win this. We have 12 creatures in the deck. We've played 2 of them, so we have 10 in the deck, and we have 46 cards. So odds are good that we can grab another creature. We have to draw off this to try and get another creature. And we whiffed. Oh man, we whiffed. Can't win them all. But as you saw in last game, we can win. We can lose game 1 and still win. Oh wait, we lost last game. Moral of the story is to protect your creatures. Yeah, that's game. We gotta go to game 2. That was silly of me. We're gonna go ahead and get another creature here, as well as something that deals 1 damage to everything. That specific spell is really good in this matchup because they make a bunch of 1/1 goblins. It's hard to decide what to take out here. Probably a Faithless Looting. I'm going to play first. This hand is fine. I'm gonna keep it. I'm gonna keep this hand. I'm gonna swing with a Monastery Swiftspear. Monastery Swiftspear is one of the best cards in all of Magic, and it's currently legal in every single format of Magic, which usually only bad comments from new sets are. Getting that Underworld Rager out as quick as possible is good because it pays for itself because it brings itself back. So the more pressure we can apply with it, the more we force an opponent to have to remove it or to block it, the better. Ah, that's too bad. Oh, we could have saved it? Well, no, but saving it would have actually cost us a card that could keep Kiln Fiend up, and we'd rather do that. So I can hold the looting. Yeah, I'm gonna hold 1 mana here. All right. We can protect Kiln Fiend, and I'm going to elect to. Even though that's tight on 1 mana because they could just cast another bolt, but I'm going to force them to use that much burn and slow themselves down if they're going to choose to do it, which they did not have the resources to do. Oh, but they did get another land. Oh no, they have a land. They held on to a land in hand. That would have actually changed me saving the Kiln Fiend. Actually, no, it wouldn't have. We have to use the bolt on this. It's not pretty, but we have to do it. We're gonna draw off of this. Currently, we can swing for 10 damage. We can do a little bit more by doing this. Look at that! Wow. 14 damage while they're at 16 life. That means we have enough creatures on board to do lethal, as well as we can top deck a burn spell to do lethal. So it really depends on if they can kill me right now. Oh, and them spending the mana to draw off the top of their deck really suggests that they can't. Ooh. Darn. But they can take out one of my creatures, which makes things hard. But they're still in bolt range, so it could be a lot worse. Oh, and we didn't get the bolt. So What we're gonna do is we're gonna... Oh, we don't have enough mana to reanimate that. So we're gonna cast from the graveyard Faithless Looting. Which is great because that means we can actually have the chance to draw lethal. I'm gonna swing with Monastery Swiftspear because it deals 2 damage, so they have to block it and lose their Monastery Swiftspear. Right now, if they can deal 6 damage to us, which isn't totally unlikely, they can win. What is the last card in their hand? I do not know. Okay. I have to concentrate here. We're gonna swing. They're gonna declare block. That was dumb of us. But we can still do so much damage with Kiln Fiend. I didn't need to do that. That was a bad turn. Because I realized they can make more samurai. Oh. Good game. Swinging with that Swift Spear really nailed in my defeat. That was a bad play. It just goes to show, on April 20th, if you impair your frontal lobe, you might not be as good at Magic as you once usually are. Who would have thought? Dare. At least we won the first match, right? The best record we can get right now is a 2-1. And you know what? I'm gonna go for it. But darn. We're gonna win this one. We've still won 3 rounds and lost 7. Which means we could end with going 5-7. Not terrible. It's not great, but it's not the minimum. We certainly wouldn't want to get the minimum. And just looking at the time, we're probably going to have enough time to get some Pokemon in, which is pretty great. I love that game currently. Okay. All right, this has a Festival Crasher and Protection, so I'm going to keep it. Because, yeah, we're going on the draw, so... We need to believe. We need to set up our cannon and shoot it. Hold up the mana. Okay. That makes things more difficult. We can take out one of their goblins using our lava dart. We're gonna wait a turn to cast the Festival Crasher, so we're gonna just hold on. So we need to be able to protect the Festival Crasher. Because that's our goal of this game. We're just going to play the deck as intended. Keep things nice and forward moving. They've used 2 of their... Ooh. Okay, I gotta save it now. Give it protection from red. Of course, they just draw another card. But at least we force them to use more resources. Staying ahead on resources is important. Especially in the burn matchup. Right now we're just searching for a creature. So that we don't fall behind this game. We couldn't find one, which means we're gonna blow up this goblin. We're gonna lava bolt them in the face. And at them at 17 life, we're just gonna hope and pray we draw another creature. They just got card draw this turn, and at minimum card draw next turn too. And they didn't use it. That's silly. It's just a silly thing to do. They should have used that. Okay, I'm gonna hold on to my bolt. Because using it with a Monastery Swift Spear or another creature makes it more powerful. Okay, they drew 2 cards this turn. Okay, we can sacrifice 1 mountain. All I need is 4 mountains to just get rid of that goblin. Okay, right now we have 8 damage in hand. We can do it any time, but that's not enough to win, so we have to hold on. That samurai is not currently a problem. Being at 5 life is more of a problem. Alright, this is us doing damage this turn. Is it enough to get lethal? No, it's not. Is it enough to keep us in the game? Yes, it is. Anything I draw is not going to be more than 2 lands, so we can afford to lose these lands to do this damage. They probably have lethal here, though. Oh? Yeah. 2. So yeah, they can now win. It's only if they know they can. Which of course they do. They know what the cards in their decks do. Can't win them all, but it's a best 2 out of 3 game. So for their deck, we're gonna want to bring over End the Festivities. It's not a bad card. It just deals 1 damage to each creature and each planeswalker. There's no planeswalkers in this format. What are we gonna take out? Well, we're also gonna bring in Underworld Rager. Take this out. Protection. Okay, we can take out the lava darts. Alright. Mulligan is the most important part. We can't keep that because there's no creature. We can keep that. That's a great hand. That is a super duper hand. Because now if they make a bunch of goblins, we can respond. And if we get a Festival Crasher on the board, we can protect it. Okay, since we have 2 Festival Crashers, that means we don't have to hold on until we can protect it. We can play one just to be bold. Alright, and they're not even able to deal with it currently. Oh, spoke too soon. That's them dealing with it. That's them right there dealing with it. Let's see if they can do that again. Let's see you do it again. In a deck full of ways to deal 3 damage to one of my creatures. Let's see you do it again. They did it again. I'm silly. Oh man, that's so silly of me. Alright. Should I do it? Should I be like, let's see you do it again? Yeah. Let's see you do it again. Alright, that tells us they might not have it in their hand. Let's see it do it again. Okay, let's see it. They have 1 mana. Can they destroy my Kiln Fiend? They can. Darn it. They did it again. I still appreciate how stubbornly I was like, let's see it do it again. 3 times. Twice. But oh man, yeah. This may be a 1 in 4 stream. Can't believe that on 420 we had some mixed performance. They still have to win, though. We're gonna make them win. We're gonna fight to the bitter end. We won 1 game. Yeah, but they knew how to play against us. They certainly did. Oh, and that's them winning right now. Welcome, Dane. Thanks for tuning in. We just went 4-1 or 1-4. Jeez. Tough beats, man. I don't think that gets us anything. Yeah. Doesn't get us anything. Let's see how many play points we have. We only have 55 play points, so we can't... Oh, but we have enough tickets for another league. Chat, which would you rather see? Would you rather see more Magic the Gathering, or would you rather see Pokemon? I'm pretty indifferent. But I am having fun playing Magic. And I would theoretically have a lot of fun playing Pokemon. So I'll let you decide. Magic or Pokemon? First person to write it in the chat. Okay. Alright, let's give another Magic League here. We'll do Pokemon another day. We do a lot of Pokemon. We're gonna do hot dogs again. Even though we went 1-4 last time. This is the deck I'm bringing to MagicCon, so I want to get more practice with it. It's not a top meta deck, but it's fun. And I like it. In fact, I own most of the deck that is a top meta deck, but I'm still going to bring this one. And there may or may not be a video essay coming out soon about glass cannons. And I may or may not be recording footage to use in that video essay right now. Oh, welcome to the stream. Just a reminder that you can use code EASTER on the link in the description to get 25% off CBD. That's code EASTER at the link in the description to get 25% off CBD. It helps the channel. Every sale, I get a cut, and yeah. It is the holidays, so maybe you're thinking of a special someone that likes CBD, and you want to trade some green for green. So it looks like we're up against a mono red deck. It's probably Burn. And we're going to set up a board as if we're playing Burn as well. Because basically the strength of my deck is that it can fall back on being most of a Burn deck. Because the way that you make the creatures, the Kiln Fiend creatures, bigger is by using Burn spells. They might deal 5 damage to me this turn if they bolt my face. Surprising that they didn't have one, suggests that they don't have one. We're going to get a Kiln Fiend down as soon as possible. Because Teamer Battle Rage, it gives it double strike and trample. So I can swing for 8 with Kiln Fiend next turn. I'm not going to count my chickens before they hatch, but yeah, I had evidence to suggest they couldn't remove it. They're going to draw 2 cards, that's fine. Unless if they draw a land. Oh, they sure did. Okay, that's going to cost us a Kiln Fiend. That's okay, it's not going to our face, but 6 damages. But we have a response. What is our response? It is the fact that we can play a Swift Spear and a Kiln Fiend this turn, and we can hold them to block, because we probably want to return damage though. I'm thinking of holding them to block here, because we can just do so much damage to them next turn, even if they take out our Kiln Fiend. Looks like they're digging for cards. They've got something that deals 3 damage to face, but not something that takes care of Kiln Fiend. If Kiln's, as I continue to say, if Kiln Fiend survives this turn, I could have lethal next turn. 6 damage at 8 life. I'm gonna have to block at least one of these. unfortunately. I can't get that low. Okay, they're gonna get me down to 1 life, so it's good that I blocked there, or else I'd be deceased. Oh, but that brought it up to 4 anyhow. So that happens. That's the mirror. Going first really matters in this game. Well, now that we know that we're burned, we will only keep hands that have protection for creatures. Ooh, that has protection, so we'll keep it. It has protection and card draw and a creature that we can recur. That can also block their better creatures. So, though it recurs at 4 mana, which is tough in this deck, but if you really need to draw something and you draw a land instead, it's pretty good. Let's make sure we're still on the royalty-free audio playlist. We've transitioned over to the copyright-free lo-fi, so we need to go back. We just don't want to infringe anyone's copyright. Wouldn't want to just make their music more accessible to audiences by streaming it to my friends. Wouldn't want to do that. That'd be bad for big copyright. I've been on YouTube since 2006 under different aliases, and I loved Dragon Ball Z AMVs, animated music videos, and unfortunately, copyright has removed all the ones I enjoyed at that age. Because I'd find a video I loved that was synchronized with the music really well, and copyright took it away, or made it quiet, which defeated the purpose. Let's see what we draw. Alright, I feel pretty good about our hand here. So we can make it so that it doesn't get taken out by the vampire and it tramples through 4 damage. Something you may not know about Underworld Rager is that it attacks each turn combat it can, so if I could choose, I wouldn't have swung with it that turn, but I had to use it. And that's a really important aspect of it. In the end, Naruto Sasuke in the end, yeah. Those were the real AMVs. We did draw a Kiln Fiend, but drawing cards as soon as possible is a lot better. I may have just damned that Kiln Fiend by casting it, but we'll see. We still have our Underworld Rager. Darn. I shouldn't have cast that. But something about red is the play style, either rewards or sacrifice. Wow, I didn't know that card existed. Sometimes it rewards impulsivity, sometimes it doesn't. But at least next turn we can cast a Underworld Rager from our graveyard. Yeah, casting the Kiln Fiend there was a misplay. I need to be more frontal lobe. But you live and you learn. It takes time. Alright, so what we can do is we can cast another... Hey, Tex. Another one of these gentlemen, and now it's a 4/2. And even if it gets taken out again, it can be cast again. So it's fine. And now we have so much mana that if we draw a Kiln Fiend, we can protect it. Is this deck making sense to the audience? Ben, have you ever expected a Spanish Inquisition? Nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition, right? Isn't that the joke? Nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition. Okay, now we have protection. Make sure to use protection. We have protection for our Underground Rager. Bob and Lo are homies. I may have just lethaled myself. I think it was lethal anyways, though. Well, they only have one card in hand, so. I just got their Samurai and took 1 damage from them. Okay, but they made another Samurai. Starting to think this deck might just actually be bad in this format against Burn. Hi, Tex. Alright, we're just trying to stay alive here. Alright, we can give this protection from red, so that's fine. 1 second. We have to defensively grow our creature. So we just gave it protection red. Okay, it looks like they got us. Because they were able, once I gave it protection from red, they were able to bring back damage to my creature. That is unlucky. We'll go to game 2. Oh, that was the match. We'll lose in 3. Well, we'll lose to 2. They went 2-0 on us. Maybe I should stick to Pokemon. No, this deck isn't very well positioned in this meta, and so what I'm trying to do is really just try and learn it as best I can. But is playing it in the Magic con just throwing money away then? I do have the best deck in the meta in paper though, so I can always do that. It's just red burn. Okay, we're going to play this and skip turn 1. This hand is fine. Because second turn we can play 2 Swift Spears. One of them might get countered. Oh. They're spending everything though. They're gonna get a draw off me, but I can destroy their ninja this turn, so that's not too bad for me. I only get to play 1 Taylor Swift Spear, but it's a good one. Because taking out a Ninja of the Deep Hours really messes with their long game. Ninja of the Deep Hours is a card that whenever it deals damage to an opponent, you draw a card. So, and drawing cards, if you can do it, is the best thing you can do in Magic. That and countering a spell, which blue are both great at, which is why they have some of the worst creatures in the game. Let's see if they counter my Monastery Swift Spear. A counter is when you counter a spell, it just never happens. Okay, that's not gonna get countered. That's bad for them. Okay. Wow, with 2 mutagenic growths? They're in trouble. We're gonna hold priority. See if they block at all. Target creature gets -2 power. That's not good enough. What are they gonna target? Tex, you are a good cat. Tex, you are a good cat. So now we're growing super big. Just gigantic. Now we have a 10. If this goes through, we'll almost be at lethal. Famous last words. If this goes through, we'll almost be at lethal. That should be the quote for the glass cannon video. These all have trample, so blocking doesn't stop them from dealing damage. That's what makes it pretty good. We love Tex. Yes, we do. Here he is. The sweet boy. Alright, we brought him down to 3 life. Ah, Dames, thanks for tuning in. Alright, we got our opponent to 3 life, so I'm curious to see what they can do in response. And I'm curious as to why they're attacking. Oh, so they can draw off of Ninja of the Dark Hours. The great thing about Prowess is that you gain 1/1 on a cast trigger, which actually means whether or not the spell goes through or not, you still get the Prowess. And that's really relevant because Prowess, if they counter the spell, you're still getting a Prowess trigger. They've got 5 cards in hands and they're a blue deck, so we're not done with the game yet. But it's not looking great for them. They might have another one of these. Oh, they do have the flashing one that gives it -2 power. So they bought. Oh, and they can do that too. Wow. That was good for them. Knowing blue, they might just bring this back. But Monastery Swift Spear really makes things hard for them. At least. Larka. I wonder if my opponent is currently streaming Pauper. I would never stream snipe though. But yeah, dealing 17 damage felt pretty good. So I'm glad it was 16, I think. We dealt a lot of damage in one of our turns, and that was pretty nice. But they have so much mana, and they have so many cards in hand that, as much as I hate to say it, they could just stall me out with counter spells. They're probably gonna ninja in a creature. Nope. That might be lethal for them. What are they gonna do? Okay, they got a big blocker. So I need to burn them to win. First, I'm gonna get this down. We're not out of the woods yet. But that counter spell was great. Because now we have a Kiln Fiend, which they have to deal with. They will not last very long at 3 life with a Kiln Fiend. Well, if we can give it trample. If we can do the thing that wins. So I have 7 cards in my deck that could win me the game. And 4 extra cards that could get me closer to winning the game. We're not doing terrible. One top, one bottom. So they want to draw their next card. They drew a card they wanted to draw because they scryed 2, which put 1 card on the top of their deck and 1 on the bottom. And they drew 1. They drew another. I shouldn't have let that hacker hit me in hindsight. Let's see if they have a counter spell. If they do, we probably lose. And if they don't, we probably win. They do have a counter spell. We'll still swing out, but that's probably the end of the game for us. And we were having so much fun. But Mono Blue's a fun matchup for us. We can actually counterspell blue spells. That's one unique thing red can do. They have a spell called Pyroblast, which counters a spell if it's blue and destroys a permanent if it's blue. Usually red can't do anything of the sort. It's very unique. No, I don't want to have the hotkey. Sensitivity. Okay. An Underworld Rager isn't a bad inclusion either. Well, actually it is. There we go. Removing some of our card draw is hard. But it's... Okay. That was a really hard choice. We have to go fast. This is a risky hand to keep. But... yeah, we'll keep it. Because we're going first. A Swift Spear with a card drawing card isn't bad. Terrible. Alright, and now we have a way to deal with at least one fairy. But our opponent now knows that we have one land, and we better draw one, or else we're pretty in trouble. They're probably just gonna hold up a counter spell. No? Okay. That's bad for us. Because now, if we cast the Monastery... This is entirely my fault. I shouldn't have kept a one-land hand. But I was playing Christmas Land Magic. Which is where you're greedy. Which is where you're like, oh, well, this will be really good if everything good that could happen happens. That was greedy of me. But we can take out their ninja. And that's not terrible. We got a land and we got to take out their ninja. What could be better? Them tapping all their mana so they can't counter me. That'd be nice. Hi, Tex. Yeah, it can decide a lot of your games playing Christmas Land Magic. It's a bad habit. See if they have a counter spell in hand. Oh, what do you know they do? Let's see if they have one next turn. We might be locked out of this game. What you're seeing right now is how blue wins. They get ahead so that you basically can't do enough to play the game. Wow, we really... we might be going... We've only won one match on stream today. We're silly. But we aren't done yet. We still have 14 live. And we have a good amount of land. That part's important. They only have enough mana for one counter spell. Is it going to be used right here? Right now? It is. That's okay. I'm gonna hold it up, make it look like I can block with it. Though if they can bounce it, it doesn't matter. The good old-fashioned red versus blue matchup. This is an iconic Magic matchup. And the fact that we're on turn 5 and I'm not decidedly winning is not good for me. They're gonna draw 2 cards. Which is probably game. But we're not gonna give up. We're gonna play it out. They have 5 cards in hand. And 3 mana. They have 4 cards in hand and 3 mana. They can do a lot. Though we may be cooking if we draw a land. Okay. Let's see if they counter this. They can only counter once. I believe in myself. Do they have a counter spell? They sure do. At least we have another way to give protection from blue. So they think we just burnt that up and for 3 damage. But we didn't. Oh, but gee. We're in a tough spot. Depends on what they draw. Wow, average view duration 48 minutes. That's pretty great. How are y'all doing today? Are any of you celebrating the holiday beyond tuning into this live stream? In which I am celebrating the holiday by playing Magic and certainly nothing else. Certainly nothing else. I'm a professional. You think I'd hop on something public and be intoxicated even though it's legal? No, I'm a professional. We probably lost this game anyways. Hey, you're playing Path of Exile, though, dang. That counts as celebration. Our opponent plays pretty slow. I'll give them that. They think before they act a bit more than I do. Oh no, they might have lethal on me. Good to know that Bob and Low is calling, you silly man. Don't forget, if you're not celebrating, you can celebrate in the future by purchasing CBD for 25% off. Why are they continuing to ninjutsu? How does that benefit them? I don't understand why that is so good. Why they would do that. Are they just bad mannering me? What's the advantage of ninjaing in so many times? Is it for... Oh. Oh, then the drawing of the card only happens when it enters. That makes sense. So I really should have kept blocking it. Yeah. I learned a lesson this game, and that's to block. Even if you're red. Alright, all we can do is pray. Go down to 1 health. Nah, the maximum damage we can do, even if we get through, is 8, so... We are 1-6 on stream tonight. Is my deck well positioned in the meta? No. Am I having fun? Yes. Does it feel good when I win with the deck that isn't well positioned in the meta? Yes. Will I be playing a non-meta deck at MagicCon next month? I don't think so. Might be kind of a bad play. But it was nice to dream. There was a time when this was good in the meta, and I didn't spend enough time playing it. That's the thing about life. Some decks, every deck is only good for a little while. Life is only good for a little while. Well, no. Life is on and off good, so appreciate the good times, you know? Appreciate when your deck is the good deck. 'Cause it won't always be. And at least you can make memories. And... Okay, we learned from the previous game that we're not gonna keep one-landers. No matter how good they look. Am I going first? I am going first. Fuck lessons. We're not gonna learn better. We're gonna keep the 2 Swift Spears. Along with the bolt and the crash through. Having multiple Swift Spears is really, really good. I just gotta emphasize that. It's like Swift Spear, it's a card that's worth less than $1. It's this one, and it's one of the best cards in all of Magic the Gathering. Certainly one of the most fun cards, and certainly next to a basic land, it's really good. Yeah, anyone want to clip that moment? Where I was like, oh, we're not going to do that, and then we did it. Monastery Swift Spear is also one of the cheapest cards you can use in really high power formats. It's just an amazing card, and I'm glad it doesn't cost an arm and a leg financially. Oh, I just misplayed. I saw the forest for the tree there. Oh, that was rough. But next turn we can hit for a lot. I just misplayed, but next turn we can hit for a lot at least. Okay, they have a 2/2 on board. And now they have no blocker. Okay. We're gonna do this. Draw. We're gonna do this. Make a bigger Monastery Swift Spear. And we're gonna swing for 8 damage. And as I've said before, if we draw the perfect card, which is a mountain that we can use, we'll win the game. Oh no. Now they have lifelink, which means they gain life every time they deal damage to me. We didn't draw the perfect card. Whatever. This is why you don't keep one land hands, friends. But that turn gave me a lot of faith. If we can draw a land, we can Manamorphose. Oh, gee. Okay, we got one more turn to win. We just got to deal 17 damage here. Okay. I don't think we can mathematically, but we're gonna play it out. We can currently deal 4 damage. We could deal 6, or we could deal 9. We're gonna go to game 2. Darn it, this is a tough deck for us to be against. We are doing very silly this game, this stream. But luckily, our deck is good, no matter what. Our 60 card deck is the best it can be against this deck. So at least we don't have to side for it. Just spoken like a true red player. I shouldn't have kept that one land. I had value. I had a value and I betrayed it. I said I wasn't going to do something and then I did it. Darn. Time to send this clip to my therapist. That was a joke, but I don't want to make fun of therapy here. Therapy's good. Alright, this isn't a one land hand and it's good to keep. Great. We're going to be off to the races. Like when Lana says, I'm off to the races. Something going on. He knows I'm wasted. Something. I'm your little harlot, Scarlet. Something Coney Island. Kiss me on my open mouth. I loved Lana Del Rey pre her having a Twitter account. I should have held priority there. I meant to bolt after they didn't declare a blocker. But that's fine. We're going to hit for a lot now. We just have to hold priority. Whichever one is blocking. Man, I shouldn't have gone so hard there. I only had to spend one. I forgot. Oopsie. We went too hard. We went too hard. Are they gonna swing at me? Of course they are. They have vigilance. That's a 2-2. That was worth it to take out their slippery Bogle. Now they can do a lot. I'm not gonna lie. They can do a lot to me right now. This deck just might not be great for this meta. I may need to accept that. But it's good to know that before MagicCon. I didn't impair my frontal lobe. I'm not saying that. I'm just a little not super great at this game right now. I wish it was because I impaired my frontal lobe. But yeah, I just lost to Bogles, which used to be the top meta deck. I'm a silly man. What can I say? But we're gonna win the last two, or my name is not David Jones. I'm getting destroyed out here. Oh my gosh, my friend just sent me a bunch of cat photos. You do need a cat. Oh, my twin sent me a picture of her cat. Like the stream if you like pictures of cats. Thank you all for tuning in. Don't forget, you can use code Easter in the link in the description to get 25% off of CBD and or THC products that are legal in your area. It's a legitimate company. It's actually run by someone that I know personally, who I won't name on this public format. And yeah, I like their product. I have purchased their product. It has helped me fall asleep. You know, you need some CBD to help you fall asleep. Mike Lester has a great joke. Here I am telling Mike Lester's jokes. Mike Lester has a great joke where he's like, people talk about giving their dog CBD. You don't need to give your dog CBD. Just get a cat. Get a cat. There's no... unless you have like a dog that has an anxiety disorder specifically, which I've met dogs that do. I wouldn't do that. And even then, you can just get those dogs pills that are anxiety medication, which I'd prefer over CBD personally for a dog. But ooh, opinions. Oh, this is a great hand. I'm gonna keep it. Great. It's great for not knowing what my opponent's hand is. Because I can get 2 lands down and draw 3 cards. And get I can get 2 lands down with a Monastery Swift Spirit and draw 3 cards. And that's pretty good. Oh, and we're up against elves. That means we have a sideboard card we have to keep no matter what. That also means they can't remove my creature that well. I know for a fact they can't remove my Kiln Fiend right now, so I'm good to go. Kiln Fiend is a deck that's specifically really good when green decks are good, because green is good at just about everything but targeting things and destroying them. It can, however, prevent combat damage, but I have a card in my sideboard for that I will bring in. Oh, a snap. Can't open that mid-game on stream. Okay, they're gonna get extra mana. Ooh. So they're doing a lot right now. They just got a lot of creatures on their board. That's fine, because I can still deal a lot of damage to them next turn. And they'll have to choose between losing their creature or taking that damage. Wow, this is just about the best turn 3 I can have. So we have 2 Monastery Swift Spears and a Kiln Fiend. And we're drawing a card. Oh man, if only I had drawn first, but I needed to play the Monastery Swift Spear. That was the correct sequencing, but bad luck. The long game, I have to keep the crash through to win the long game. It's a hard choice, because keeping a Manamorphose is more appealing, but to win the long game, I have to do it. So now they're at 7 life. And we have a way to give 2 Monastery Swift Spears, make them 2/3s with Trample, which means they deal damage that bleeds through, like it's Yu-Gi-Oh! Rules. So even if they get blocked, they deal damage. And it also draws us a card, which is another potential spell to play. So it's pretty good. What they just did is pretty good for them. What they just did is pretty good for them. What they just did is pretty good for them. They just did a lot of good things. Surprised they aren't swinging at me. Because even if they can deal with my Monastery Swift Spurs, now that they're down at 7 life, they have to start putting damage on the board, or else I'm going to be able to just lightning bolt them. Deal 3 damage to them by just paying 1 mana and targeting them. So they know that they're still too far behind this. Draw a card off of Crash Through. I think drawing cards is the way here. I said earlier that drawing cards was really good, and I wasn't lying. I was telling the truth. I sure was. Okay. See, the great thing about this card is if we put it in our graveyard, we can cast it immediately. Sure, I could have taken out the Priest of Titania, but they're going to have to really block me to not lose this game now. So I think that was the right play. And we still have an Apostle's Blessing where if they don't gain a ton of life or win next turn, I can give it a creature protection from green, and then it can't be blocked. Oh man, they could untap that creature. That was a misplay on my part. Oh man, I didn't think about that. We're just normal men. We're just simple men. We don't know everything. We're just simple men. I can still win next turn, though. If I draw a bolt. Because either way, I can swing with my Monastery Swift Spear next turn. I can swing at my opponent with it. They can make 4 mana currently. They can make 6 mana currently. So it really depends on if they make a bunch of life. Because it doesn't matter... as long as Monastery Swift Spirit stays on board, and as long as they don't gain a bunch of life, I can still just swing for at least 2 damage with Monastery Swift Spirit. So as long as I don't draw a land, I'm good. As long as I don't draw a land, I'm good. As long as I don't draw a land, I'm good. As long as I'm manifesting it. As long as I don't draw a land, I'm good. What does fate have in store for me? What's at the top of my deck? This is what it means to be red. Is to be like, well, as long as this thing doesn't happen, I can win. And that's why I love red so much. It's so much less predictable, and there's still a pretty good chance of things going your way. Okay, so it looks like I'm gonna have a ticket in, and I have enough life to afford Apostle's Blessing, which means... Oh my gosh. You know what I was saying about if I don't have a land? It's your land. Oh, we're just normal men. We're just normal men. This is a good matchup for my deck, though, so I'm not that worried. Let's see. Do they carry... I wonder, do they carry fog effects and elves? Probably, because... Well, that would be really good, but is that the meta decks right now are creature-based decks, and fog effects prevent all combat damage. So it's not out of the question for them to carry it. But what other things would a Elves deck carry for the other decks? Well, I mean, I just contradicted myself. If the best 2 decks are if the best two decks have creatures, I think it stands to reason that they would carry a really powerful spell in their sideboard. For those that don't know, a sideboard is like your extra deck. 2 extra decks in your sideboard that... Yeah. They've gotta. You can't really survive right now without it. So yeah, I need to bring in the Flaring Pain, which is fine. Sometimes we just need to accept the Flaring Pain. That was a lot of thinking right there. We'll keep the looting, and we'll get rid of some of the bolts. Darn, I hate when the clicking thing happens. The sticky keys thing. I still don't know what turning on sticky keys does. Does anyone know what turning on sticky keys does? Should I have it on? Oh man, the stream is currently disconnected, is it? Oh, looks like on my end it's fine. Is the stream alright, viewers? I'll know because you won't write back to me. Yeah, I didn't mean to keep this hand, but it happens to be a good hand. Like, I didn't consciously keep this hand, but it happens to be a good hand, so. Wow, 8 concurrent viewers. Don't forget, you can use code Easter at the link in the description to get 25% off CBD products. So we have End the Festivities. It does 1 damage to each creature my opponent controls. Something about elves is that it plays a bunch of 1/1s. So, dealing 1 damage to each creature they control is pretty good. Like, yeah, this Nettle Sentinel isn't a 1/1. But removing elves removes the elf player, so to speak. So yeah, we're going to cut off their extra mana. We're going to get extra aggressive and take out their 2/2. So now they have 5 cards in hand, but only 1 mana. And I didn't see them draw another mana. Their second turn, they didn't play a land. So if they don't play a land, draw a land next turn, then they can only do one thing, which is play an elf. Look at that. Now they're down to 12 life, and I've outnumbered them. But I have a lot of lands, which is too bad. But we are still playing the long game here. There are a lot of things we can draw that will sweeten our situation. Great. We drew something that draws us cards when we needed to draw more cards. That's perfect. Oh my gosh. This might be lethal right here. Teamer Battle Rage. If your Kiln Fiend has 4 it gives it double strike and trample, which means it's swinging for 14. That's a win. There's a win. Hey, game 3. Wow. For tuning in. Thank you for tuning in. We peaked at 8 viewers tonight. That's the most we've ever peaked at for we've never had 8 concurrent viewers ever. So thank you so much for tuning in. Don't forget about the sponsorship, and keep on rocking in the free world. Did I just accidentally keep my hand without looking at it? Maybe. We're not... It's gonna all work out. It's gonna work out. It's gonna work out. Just gotta pay attention. Gotta exchange currency for attention. Oh, looks like they got another elf to cast. We have 3 cards that draw us cards, so this is actually a pretty good hand. For the next 3 turns, the worst thing we can do is draw an extra card and power up our creatures. My friend just said he missed the stream, and I was like, still live actually. Add 1 mana of any color, so they can get another mana this turn. That's pretty good for them. They're doing a lot this turn, not gonna lie. Not gonna sugarcoat it. They're doing a lot this turn. They can make more mana now. This is why Elves is a really good deck. You can do these sequences where you just get a bunch of mana. So, we're in trouble. I'm in danger. But that's what I get for accepting a mulligan without even looking at the card. So we need to destroy that elf. That elf. Man. It's not looking good, chat. We're gonna risk it for another land. We're gonna risk it all, chat. Oh, we didn't get a chat. We are silly, chat. We can still come back from this, especially if we draw a land. But every time I don't draw land, is it better for me to just accept it and try to slow down their resources? Or is it better for me to, by lava darting some of their elves that can produce extra mana? Oh man. Wait, what the heck? I definitely should have... That's their only one that can create more mana, so I absolutely should have destroyed it when I had the chance. Okay. Because, yeah, now they're making all this extra mana, which is just higher opportunity. We did a silly thing. We did a silly thing. We made a series of silly decisions, choice decisions. But you live and you learn. Because, yeah, this... It all combos so well right now. We could still win. We could still win. We need a... We need a... To draw the... We need to draw the land that allows us to... We need to draw the spell that allows us to deal 1 damage to every creature. We really need to. or else we're done. I mean, we're already probably done, but a land or that. If we draw a land, it'd be perfect. We drew a land when it was the one thing I didn't need to draw, so I kind of believe in karma. Oh, karma, you monster. Alright. Well, we have to... We still have to take this out. Still gotta do it. At least they're at top deck. We can block. We haven't lost this yet. Because we can block their biggest elf. And we can take out their elves that create mana for them. Slowly. We should have done it sooner. But we're doing it now. Oh man, and they can untap that? Oh, they actually, yeah, they have lethal. If I should have destroyed my land for the Priest of Titania. Well, let's play it out. Might as well. I believe they have lethal. Oh, and of course, I have no idea which one is gonna be targeted. Oh, but I can still... Oh, but that would destroy my land. I could justify that for the priest, but not for this. So basically, whenever they target something to give a bunch of power and toughness, I can blow it up. As long as, if it's a 1/1. So either way, I can take out a 1/1. But it was very silly of me to keep a 1-lander. I didn't do it intentionally. I just clicked keep. But that's a bad habit to have. Yeah, they're hitting for a lot. Oh yeah, and they can untap, so... We are dead! Alright, let's see if we win one match of this league. We have won. We are currently 1-8. That's not great, but you know what is great? Using the code Easter... and the link in the description to get 25% off CBD as a 420 promotion. They have sponsored my stream. You're a lot smarter getting those than playing Kiln Fiend in this meta. This is a bad deck in this meta, but it's good because I got this experience playing a deck I love, whether I won or not. And I know now for MagicCon coming in 2 weeks that I should not by any means bring this deck. I shouldn't do it. It's a bad deck to bring. Now I know. And knowing is half the battle, G.I. Joe! Sorry, I just wanted to do that. It was fun. Oh, I'm a silly man. But we're having fun. So yeah, not running Kiln Fiend at MagicCon. Am running Pauper Mono Red Burn. So tonight, after I eat a little dinner, I'm gonna have to look through my collection and see see what I need to order from TCG Player, who is not a sponsor of this stream. The sponsor of this stream is CBD Plus. Get CBD Plus using the link in the description. Let me check. While I'm finding an opponent, I can actually see what I ordered today. Yeah, I did order some cards just for right before MagicCon for the deck I'm playing. But I want to make sure I ordered everything, since I just realized that sorry, I'm doing two things at once. I'm doing a lot of things at once. I just realized, yeah, I may not have everything. Okay, I have the synthesizer, I have implement of combustion. I probably need more implements, but everything else is all checked out. I have the rebirth, I have Tamer Battle Rage, great. I just need some more implement of combustion. I won the die roll. Would I like to play first? Yes. Mulligan, thank you so much for tuning in tonight. Are you having fun? Are you celebrating the holiday? Is this your celebration? I hope so. This is a great turn one hand for when I don't know what my opponent is doing, because it gives me board presence, it gives me protection for my board presence, and it gives me a lot of damage I can do at once. So we'll go ahead. Okay, they are playing an artifact, which means we can hold the protection for Kiln Fiend. Actually, no. Let's go ahead and let's confirm lethal next turn if they can't deal with Kiln Fiend. And we can protect Kiln Fiend in multiple ways, so they really have to be able to deal with it. They might just lose here if they don't. Kiln Fiend's that good. Okay, they've got black mana, they've got red mana. Do they have a cast down? Because that would take out Kiln Fiend. Ooh, that's worse. Okay, but we can live with that, actually. Alright. We have a way to respond to them. They can't kill our Kiln Fiend. We're gonna hit for a lot right now. It's gonna be beautiful, so check this out. We are going to try to protect Kiln Fiend from red damage, which triggers Monastery Swiftspear. And now that they've gone ahead and dealt their first damage, the maximum damage they can deal with that is 3, so now we're going to give Kiln Fiend 4 health. 3 damage, 4 health, that means it's not going to be able to be taken out by the Crack Clan Shaman. Oh, on to game 2. That was a W, because yeah, they destroyed their resources to win, to try and win. Okay, so the best thing we can do for this is bring in Gorilla Shaman, take out Hello Fart Man. I think that's my older brother, the Fart Man. Thank you for tuning in. Make sure to use code Easter at the link in the description to get 25% off CBD products. It supports the channel. Wow, we have 7 concurrent viewers. I'm just gonna keep playing while I have viewers, TBH. Is this a prisoner dilemma? No. I have more magic in me, so. I'll have to, Ooh. Though if I want to keep playing this... No, I'll keep playing... I'll play Pokemon after this. We're going to keep this hand. It's not gorgeous, but it's not bad. On the draw, it's pretty okay. You know what? Pretty okay is pretty okay with me. It's got a lot of flexibility. And that's what's important. Are we going to do things before turn 3? I don't think so. Because we've got to keep our Kiln Fiend protected. But we also... Ooh, yeah. Okay. So we can hold up a Lava Dart so that if they play a creature that can destroy Swift Spear, we can take it out immediately. Okay, that's pretty good for them. That will slow us. That's a lot. That's a lot of blockers. That will slow us down for sure. But you know what Goonies never say? Die. So this looks like a misplay to my opponent, but it's actually ensuring lethal next turn. I should have done it at their end step so that they thought maybe I had protection for my Kiln Fiend. If they can take out the Kiln Fiend, we are actually just kind of boned. Well, no, we can still do a lot of damage. Alright. Oh, I was too impulsive. Oh, but that's a development. That was certainly a choice of theirs. We're gonna play things a little still safe, though. Oh man, are they gonna... Okay. This music is not bad. They might have a counter spell. But you never know. Should I have held that? I don't know. But taking out 2 of their creatures seemed pretty good. But then again, there is a black artifact that can, for 1 black mana, return 2 artifacts from your graveyard to your hand. So that may have actually been one of the worst plays of the night. But either way, they were going to blow up my... Yeah, either way I was gonna lose both creatures, so at least I did a lot of damage to them. At least I will force them to choose that from resurrecting their artifacts as opposed to something else. But with that, I'm in top deck mode, so we will just pass turn. on that note, I know when the writing's on the wall with Affinity, because I also have used Affinity. So we're gonna pull out there. Oh, cool. You should share your World of Warcraft news in the chat, Charles. Cool. All right, we're on the play here, so we just need to be very cautious about what hand we keep. That has Gorilla Shaman, but it doesn't fit into the rest of it. Doesn't fit into our main deck plan, and I don't think Gorilla Shaman, because of indestructible artifact lands in the format, I don't think Gorilla Shaman's worth that. But this, on the other hand, is. Because now I have a turn 1, a turn 2, and a turn 3. This is a great opening hand. Thank you for tuning into Magic the Gathering. This is the final round of the night. After that, I'm going to grab a little bit of food and come back for some Pokemon. Let's see if they can deal with this Kiln Fiend next turn. Even if they can, I can play Festival Crasher. Whether they can or not. Oh, but I'm worried that if I step away to grab food. Oh man, they duressed me. In response, I will do the thing that protects my Kiln Fiend from being bolted. This is forcing a bolt if they have it. Because they would have made me discard that anyways. So at least now my Kiln Fiend is protected. Alright, let's see. They have no response. They are tapped out, and they have nothing that can generate the mana here. So that was kind of a whiff, but we are ahead, so that's to be celebrated. Just only so many turns to stay ahead until they just get control of the board indefinitely. So we still need to make the best decisions even though we're ahead. We're not ahead enough to catch our breath. We are ahead enough to get them agitated. Okay. That's a choice. Oh man. They can deal a lot of damage. That might cost us the game. That might be game. Those two together. I've never seen that together. That's awesome. That's from the new set. But yeah, every time Karat Clan sacrifices an artifact. Oh, I thought it gave itself. Oh, okay. That's better at least. It's not totally lethal. But they do have a powerful creature. They have a 5/4 on board. But yeah, now they only have one land and a 5/4, so they have a 4-turn clock on me if I don't block. But if they swing out, if they swing with their creature and don't have a blocker to play after this, then I can just swing back for at least comparable damage. Oh man, that was a great card for them to have. Man, it was not in the heart of the cards tonight. In fact, I shouldn't have. That was from my negative affirmation. I said it wasn't in the heart of the cards, and then I misplayed. Silly me. I should have kept that in my hand. But you know, it's round 3 of the 10th match of the night, and my brain's a little dumb. My brain's a little silly. A little stupid. Oh, but they don't have enough artifacts to take out everything. I forgot they need to spend artifacts to do that. So, we may still get this, especially with that draw. It depends on what we draw right here. Oh my gosh. That's so lucky. A Manamorphose with 3 trample creatures, prowess creatures. Oh man, that was game. Woo! We went 2-8 tonight. Thank you for watching. I'm gonna go take a 5-minute break, and then I'm gonna switch to Pokemon. Feel free to stay if you want. I'd love to keep entertaining you, but I do need to just eat some of the chicken I made. Yeah, I had fun tonight, and I learned about what's good and what's bad in this meta, because I was fully planning on bringing the deck I went 2-8 with to MagicCon, and that would have been very frustrating. Taking 10-minute break. Pokemon after. Oh, I didn't know that was going live. Alright, one moment. I'm gonna take a 10-minute, or 5 of it will be me just eating something, and 5 of it will be, me entertaining you while I set up the GameCube. I'll be right back. I'll leave you with hip-hop beats to jam to chill to. Hip-hop beats to study to. And then I'll be back with some Pokemon. I'm gonna have my phone while I eat. I can literally just make content of me eating. Who wants me to mukbang? Yum yum yum. Mmm. That's right, Connor. The most important part is that I tried. You're so right. And now, we can put Pokemon on the television. If you were just here for Magic, I won't blame you, but Pokemon's still pretty fun. Just gotta turn on my GameCube so that it actually, there we go. The most important part is that I tried. The most important part is that I used magic to bring you the message. The message of Christ. No, not the message of Christ. Not here. But I did bring you the message that using code Easter, you can get 25% off CBD. It is Thursday, and by that I mean Wednesday. We're just gonna play a little Pokemon here. Get a little further in the story. I like streaming my entire playthrough to you, so I would otherwise just be still playing games tonight. I really moved around my week so that I could just stream a lot tonight, because I want to do it. Let me just step. Let me just pull up a document I have going. I'm turning the whole playthrough into content, so I need to have my little journal of funny things for the video after. But yeah, now this is a Pokemon stream. There's no way for me to gracefully split these streams into two, so I'll upload the VOD of the Pokemon gameplay as a unlisted video that's in the past streams playlist. And this will just be the rarest episode. Oh. Thanks for tuning in, Jenna. It was a nice message you sent. But we got a very special Pokemon to catch tonight. Because the next coming up here, it's going to be my favorite Pokemon. Alright. This is the path forward, right? Oh, I get it. You guys weren't new crew recruits, but just intruders too. That guy earlier was too weak for words. How about you? Are you gonna keep me amused? Are you gonna keep me amused? What a creepy thing. Hunter Doken. That's funny, we were just on top of a roof, but because they only have one background for this area, we're now not on the roof. having a Pokemon battle. This is very silly. Oh, now we got Skiploom and Ferret, 2 great Pokemon that we just want to purify. Ooh, Quillfish. Okay, we're gonna put Quillfish to sleep. Yeah, we can catch a Quillfish here. That's pretty neat. It is Dunsparce. After Quillfish, the next Shadow Pokemon is Dunsparce. I didn't want to spoil it, but I'm pretty excited. That's my favorite Pokemon in all of Pokemon, all 1,008 of them. And my team for this playthrough is going to be optimized except for Dunsparce. We're just going to have a Dunsparce. We're gonna love it, and we're gonna be a happy family. We're gonna be a happy family. Sure hope I don't knock out this Quillfish though, because we're also trying. The ultimate goal of the run is not just to beat the game; it's to 100% it, which involves catching every Shadow Pokemon, which involves not fainting the Pokemon unless you reload the save. Linoon! Alright, Skiploom's in hyper mode, so we're just gonna go ahead and throw some great balls. Oh, Tex wants to come in here. Oh, but I have food in here, and Tex really likes to make it known that he wants the food that is mine. And he's in the room, so I'm not gonna let him in the room tonight. That was fun. Oh no, Skiploom! Use attack. Go all seen, Skiploom. This shouldn't kill it. There we go. Great. Oh no, but now it's not asleep anymore. No poison for me, please. Go to sleep, Linoon. Alright, we gotta call Skiploom out of hyper mode, because that helps us in the long game. And yeah, see, this is a lot easier than playing Magic with a off-meta deck. We were having fun. Here, I'm gonna add to the title, followed by Pokemon Coliseum. There, that way people can't be like, oh, well, there's no magic. It's like, oh, well, this is magic followed by Coliseum. Let's go. But yeah, this is definitely the best stream I've had in terms of viewership and average viewer duration, so I hope I put on an entertaining show, and I really appreciate y'all coming out to have the opportunity to be entertained. We gotta catch that Quillfish. Look at that. That'll be our 13th caught Pokemon. When we catch that quillfish, there's gonna be hell to pay. 'Cause we'll have a fish. I don't know if quillfish is gonna be good for this playthrough or not. Oh, but we have a Quagsire. Oh, that's another Pokemon. You know what that means? We changed the text to say how many Pokemon we've caught. Now we've caught 13. 13 Pokemon. Pokemonsters. And look at that, we won the battle. Not the war, but the battle. Alright, to be extra safe, we're gonna save and heal. Mostly because I want to take out... We should keep Linoon for the rest of this. But Linoon's ready to be purified. We just haven't gotten to the point in the game where we can purify Linoon yet. I like streaming a lot. Maybe Thursdays will be... I've been meaning to come up with a day where I sequentially stream, and I think Thursdays might be a good day for it. You know, everyone's excited about Friday, and I don't tend to do much on Friday, so I could just rest and just chill out. Yeah, we don't need Linoon. So, you may notice that there's 0 purified Pokemon. That's because I'm not at the point in the game yet. You may also notice that this stream is sponsored by Get CBD Plus. Check out the link in the description and use code EASTER to get 25% off your first order. We got 6 Pokemon here, and they're all ready to be purified, but we can't purify them yet. Because this game has a weird mechanic where you have to still take them to a place to purify them, and haven't gone there yet. It's pretty far in the game. It's surprisingly far in the game. In the sequel to this game, Pokemon XD, you could purify them right away, but that process was also cumbersome in its own way because you had to use other Pokemon that weren't Shadow Pokemon to purify it, which meant you couldn't use those Pokemon because they had to just be in your box with the Pokemon being purified. Though I think you could simultaneously purify them in battle. It's been a while. Let's see! Is this the Dunsparce trainer? Are we gonna get one of the last Pokemon for the rest of the playthrough? Not yet. No Shadow Pokemon yet. I know for a fact those aren't Shadow Pokemon because they'd both be really great, and they're not. They're not options. Okay. Well, Yanma's in hyper mode. What do you expect? But the move I just did isn't bad, but isn't great against my opponent. Yeah, this is kind of a typing where they're just gonna be bouncing off each other. They're both not great against each other. At least Yanma, the longer Yanma is... Yanma has a really awesome ability called Speed Boost, where every turn that it's in, its speed stat goes up. So the longer this battle goes, at least Yanma will be faster. I think Yanma's already faster than all the other Pokemon, so that doesn't really matter, but it sure is something. A North. Yanma. Can I get a W for Yanma or a Y for Yanma? Can I get a Yanma for Yanma? We love Yanma. Nice. Yanma hits hard, so it is a glass cannon Pokemon. It's literally, it goes fast, has no defense, and it's very powerful. I can't wait to get done Sparse tonight, y'all. That will be such a great cap on, that'll be such a great cap on the holiday. I'm so glad y'all tuned in. I hope Atticus got to see some Pokemon. And Sean, if you're out there, thanks for tuning in. Hope you like the Pokemon. We should definitely play Magic soon. Yanma's pretty cool. I like that the Johto Pokemon that don't have evolutions got evolutions, but I wish they would have just found a way to make the base forms more powerful. Like, I don't think Dunsparce needs an evolution. Could they have made it a really cool dragon? I would have been fine with that, but otherwise, like, Yanma and Mismagius and Dunsparce, I think they all just needed to buff the Pokemon itself. But whatever. The more Pokemon there are, the more products there are to sell. That's why Pikachu has the Light Ball, which is an item that makes Pikachu more powerful. To my knowledge, doesn't work on Raichu, so you're incentivized to not evolve Pikachu. But Pikachu is the Mickey Mouse, the mascot of Pokemon, so it would make sense that they aren't incentivized to make more products by making another evolution of Pikachu. They're just going to keep Pikachu as Pikachu. Even though Alolan Raichu is like super cool and should just be available in games that aren't in Hawaii. Because that's such a cool Pokemon. Chaser Maze. Chaser Maze here. Hi folks, it's Chaser Maze here. Alright. If this one doesn't have the Dunsparce, we'll heal after. But we are going for the Dunsparce. We're here for the Dunsparce. I want the Dunsparce. Yanma, get out of hyper mode. Yeah, routes we had to target because it's something we can take out pretty quickly. In double battles, usually it's better to take out the thing you can take out fastest because of opportunity cost. Because if you make the Pokemon faint before it does anything, then they lose that turn. What are they gonna do in the new series now that Ash is no longer the protagonist? Oh, they already have a new series that's premiering in Japan. Where there's a male and female protagonist. And the pilot was really well received. I don't know if Apparently the animation's really good, but Pokemon it kind of has a problem where, as an anime, if it takes itself too seriously, it's like cringy, and if it takes itself not seriously enough, it's just like, I'm not the age demographic, but they haven't found a balance to work with people of my age demographic, because if it's too silly, then it's like I'm watching a storybook, you know? But it's kind of like the Mario movie. I'm not the target demographic. I'm not gonna try to like make it something it's not. If it's not everything I thought it'd be, that I'm not the target demographic. Like, you have to approach it from the target demographic. Man, our dragon crashed. Man, we're in trouble, y'all. We're dealing with a lot here. We lost our Yanma. We're getting ruined by this Shroomish. Shroomish is a very funny Pokemon. There's a little mushroom, a little Mario mushroom. Badly poisoned. That's bad. Yeah, this guy's all poison. It's too bad nothing we have is super effective against poison. Nothing on our team. Not one thing. I'm gonna just try and stop the onslaught by trying to put to sleep a Pokemon. Come on, Mantine. You're funny. Yeah, putting this coughing to sleep, as long as it stays asleep, will be pretty good. Because that's less turns where they can do things. I really hope this Mantine can just slap the opponent. We're gonna attack coughing using Mantine. But yeah, the new anime also has Pokemon that weren't in Pokemon Scarlet and Violet that are teased in the expansions. Darn, this coughing's relentless. At least we have an Espeon and an Umbreon. Level 20 Remoraid, I believe in you. Is there some advantage to having Remoraid and this thing that killed the crocodile hunter? This stingray? This sting from the police ray? My mom used to wake me up with the song Desert Rose by Sting, which is funny because the song opens with a very, very beautiful male singer going, I can't. With authentic intentions, that was my best impression. I was not trying to make fun of anything. I was not. Yeah, just trying to sing it. And I used to just be woken up to that noise. And of course, it was someone singing in. I don't want to be wrong. What language? Language opening for Desert Rose by Sting. Okay. Oh wait, no. Singer Algerian. So I think the intro. I shouldn't guess. I should find out. What's the language spoken in Algeria? Let's see. Sting, Desert Rose. Okay, it is Arabic. I thought it was Arabic. But I didn't want to be wrong. I wanted to be accurate. Because this is a platform. So I'd hear this man singing in beautiful Arabic as a child, waking up. And I had no idea what I was hearing, but I loved it. I thought it was a woman at first, just because, you know, as a kid, the highest octave I had ever heard a man sing was in the Beatles or Sting, who is not that high of an octave. But it's a great song. It's very cheesy. Desert Rose, LA, LA. But it's a pretty good duet. It's Sting being like, I dream of rain, lane, and then in Algerian singer singing in Arabic, oh mana 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 mana, save me, oh. It's a great song. And they're duetting together. They're like, oh, Desert Rose, LA, LA. It's a great song. And I'm really grateful to have had a mom who played that for me as a kid. And I'm definitely going to make note of the time on the stream here. Because I'm going to clip that and give it to my mom as a Mother's Day present. You know, what better Mother's Day present than just capturing a way she impacted my life as a kid that carried on until I was 26. Anywho, that was a great topic to talk about for that battle, because that coughing really, not a lot of things that I had could deal with that team, so it was just grinding gears. I lost 3 Pokemon in that battle. We have to go back and heal. We want to. Let's see if I got any text from viewers that came in, though. Oh man, my Mantine. Okay, Mantike and Mantine is honestly one of my favorite eco lines. Oh yeah, I really like it. You should check out in Scarlet and Violet. There's a new one called Dondozo. That's a big fish that eats tiny fish that are sushi-themed fish Pokemon. I think you'd really find that interesting. I wish they would do something like that with Mantine and Remoraid. I really wish they would. I feel like it would have been cool to give Mantine an evolution and do that, but I don't work for the Pokemon Company. Mantine is... I mean, if you give Mantine a stinger, is that gonna set people off? Who knows? Stingrays have stingers, though. Alright. Skiploom, we can put you away. You're ready to be purified. And we're gonna move this up. Got a lot of water Pokemon in our team right now. But we just want to have as many Pokemon ready as possible once we get the option. Because that will help us just blitz through the game. The one thing I won't stream in this playthrough is I'm going to do some off-stream grinding. If I think I can be entertaining enough, I will stream it, but to do well in this game, require some grinding, because there's a jump from level 48 to level 60 that's really fast and basically just forces you to go back and grind. And I'm only gonna expose that to y'all if you want to see it. I'll think of something. No, I'll do it in my own time, and I'll record it to see if something funny happens. But other than that, I'll just turn it into like a multi-hour time lapse. Okay, we just want to be thorough before we go up any stairs, because we want that Dunsparce. Hold it! Don't think you're going anywhere when you catch my eye. Ooh. Ryder Twan. Don't think I'm going anywhere when I catch your eye. Ryder Twan. Ooh. Gonna buy me dinner with that mouth, Ryder Twan? Yanma. We love Yanma. Can we get a Yanma in the chat? Oh man, a shadow Pokemon. Great. I want it. Give me the shadow Pokemon. I want to catch it so I can be at 14 shadow Pokemon. Oh man. That's a really good Pokemon. It's a psychic and fighting type. My little fishy. Go, fish, go. I don't know why they gave me a level 20 in a game where your starters are level 26. It's going to take a long time to purify Remoraid because it's just going to keep going down. But yeah, I don't even have justification for that, to be honest. It's just frustrating. Yeah, Yanma. Great thing about Yanma, it gets its speed boost whether it's in hyper mode or not. And call Yanma and swing on that little guy a little more. And now we can start throwing balls at midnight. Meditite. Have you ever met a night? No. Meditite's name is very close to Meta Knight, but I think it was a good decision to not associate a Pokemon with Meta Knight. Well, I mean, if you're gonna at least do a good job, but respectful job. But, yeah. Are there any Pokemon that resemble religious things? I don't think so, but there's so many Pokemon that represent things in the world that I don't know. Oh man, we were so close to catching that Meditite. Yanma. Okay. Yanma's probably not going to do too much extra. But we're still going to try and bring it out of hyper mode because bringing down its shadow meter will make it go into hyper mode less and unlock more moves. And we want that. So if we can catch this Meditite, then we'll only be taking damage from one opponent. Great. Wonderful. Unknowns are biblically accurate, angels. You are correct. Wow. I think there should be more unknowns. There's more symbols. But where do you stop with that kind of thing, too? Like, there's so... Especially with emojis now. But I still think... I don't know. There are languages that don't use the Abrahamic letter scheme. And having unknowns of those would be cool. Sorry, is that the Abrahamic letter scheme? What are the English letters called? The Latin alphabetic. Sorry, I thought it was the Abrahamic for some reason. But I'd like to see a pi unknown. I would like to see a pi unknown that has 3.14 integrated into its stats in some capacity. I would like to see the unknowns combine into pi form, and when they combine into pi form, they would have 314 base stats. Because so many unknowns are bad. And that would teach kids about pi. No, there are better ways to teach pi. And not all good ideas have to be things that teach. Because a lot of lessons come from doing. But, I don't know. I'm just riffing. Arceus is basically God. That's true. It's very funny that there are now 9 generations. There have been 5 generations since the 4th generation. There have been more generations than there were before the 4th generation. Since the 4th generation, and in the 4th generation, they made the god of all Pokemon. Like, what a decision. Like, I mean, I know they never knew how many more games they were gonna make, but Pokemon is ginormous, like, and you already made God? That's like time traveling in the 2nd season of a 6-season sci-fi. You can't go back from it, and it changes everything. That's funny. I'm glad they went in the direction of having a bunch of Pokemon that were the gods from I like that in the 6th generation they had the gods of they had Xerneas was basically a Norwegian god. It's a Scandinavian god. I forget, but it's like the tree, the one of the tree. Evital and Zygarde and Xerneas are all gods from that are all inspired by Norfolk gods. I may have butchered that. Scandinavian gods. I should use the term Scandinavian there. Before that, they did Reshiram and Zekrom, which are like yin and yang, the 2 dragons that are like parallels of each other. And that's like a different kind of god in cultures. I think the 2 dragons that combine to be 1 dragon. I don't want to be wrong about that, but that just sounds very familiar. That sounds like what Avatar was basing their koi fish on, because that was definitely derived from something real, but like a reimagining of it. The point being that for a little bit after Gen 4, they had gods, but they just weren't Western ideas of God. And after that, in Gen 7, they had the Ultra Beasts, which were just Pokemon from another dimension. And those were really cool because they legitimately didn't look like any other Pokemon. They look like they're from another dimension. They don't look like any other Pokemon that have existed and have been released since. So that was a really cool idea and a really great way to just continue to jump the shark, because you're jumping the shark after you make a Pokemon that's Western God. I don't know. I have a lot to say about that. I feel like in undergrad I took courses where I could have just written about Pokemon. But that's kind of the hard thing about undergrad is they're like, write a paper on this, and it's like, oh, it's got to be what I can come up with an argument for right now, and not necessarily something I come up with for an argument for later. But that's also just how the creative process works, you know. To be a good artist, I've been told, because I don't consider myself there yet. I still have a lot of growing to do. A resounding piece of advice in making art and planning out content is that you're gonna constantly have ideas and that you need to just make things. And that's something I guess I learned in college from them being like, oh, you gotta make paper now, and you can't get that idea from 2 months later because you have a paper due on Friday. Hunter Valen, like valence electrons. Speaking of college, who knows their valence electrons? I do. I'm not gonna talk about it though, because I'm here to have fun. My day job isn't talking about Pokemon. That's why I'm having fun talking about Pokemon. I'm saying I'm not at my day job though. Not to say that my day job isn't fun. I'm very fortunate that I like it. Time to let Tex in. He's been out long enough. I wonder which trainer in here has the Dunsparce. We gotta make sure we fight all the trainers before we fight the boss. Can I teach valences using Pokemon? That sounds like a good challenge. Off the cuff, I'm not gonna try it, but I think that's a video idea right there. It's at least an essay. Yeah. Good question, Connor. I can describe a lot of things using science, and a lot of science using things, which off the cuff isn't as deep as it sounds, but I'll just have to demonstrate by doing in the future. Well, we want to make sure we find this Dunsparce trainer. I'm getting a little tired. I'm gonna just look up where it is in this cave system so that after this battle I can go get it. Oh, it's a bit in there. we might not be able to get done sparse tonight. I do have a day job, and I do have a sleep schedule. Are you saying basic chemistry for the... Oh yeah, for the reason I think you are. I did a pilot of a show called Basic Chemistry in undergraduate. It was more of a proof of concept. It would be really cool. It would take a lot of work, and you might say that that's... It would be really cool to do a chemistry-focused one because I feel like I'd be doing something that Crash Course wishes they I'm not gonna get too... I'm not gonna badmouth other creators except for Game Theory, because I don't like the channel Game Theory. I appreciate the content they do, but a lot of the episodes apparently aren't written by Matt Pack, but the writers are uncredited because of the amount they get paid, which is an agreement they go into. But I believe because of how the show is structured that it like misrepresents Matt Pat, the host of Game Theory's it misrepresents his knowledge and the work he does, because he's just reporting in a video essay something someone else wrote who's uncredited. Yeah, but I only know it because I heard about it on a podcast that he did that. This is the Dunsparce. This is the Dunsparce trainer. Give me Dunsparce. I want them. I want him. I would like Dunsparce. Please give me a Dunsparce, ma'am. Oh, Dunsparce is so pretty. I love Dunsparce. Oh, both of my Pokemon are in hyper mode. That's silly of me to not notice. That's like all the misplays I did on Magic Stream. Ah, look at little Dunsparce. It's so thick. But it's also got like a breathing thing going on that it definitely doesn't have in games like Scarlet and Violet. I love that. That Mareep is really gonna ruin my day if I don't take care of it. So I'm gonna try to catch Dunsparce here using my Remoraid turn, and I'm gonna go after the Mareep. I got a Flaffy in this game, and Ampharos will probably be part of my final team. Though that slot might be going to Dunsparce, which we just caught. We caught the Dunsparce. We got the most important teammate. I'll use the starters because I'm 100%ing in this game, and 100%ing it is winning a battle tower that has 100 battles. But if that wasn't the case, I would abandon my starters in this run. But Psychic and Dark type is too good. Teeks. Teeks, come on. You're a funny guy. Man. W Dunspars. W Dunspars for life. We are really gonna have fun with this Dunspars here. Here's Tex. Say hi to Tex. Hi to Tex. Yeah, all we gotta do is win this Pokemon battle and then the stream is done. Thank you all for tuning in, especially you, Connor. Thank you for sticking this out. You've been very, very supportive of my streams, and it really makes me happy. This is like we're hanging out. It'd be nice to have you on stream. We could point the camera away from you, and you could still have a mic, and you could come over here and be on stream if you're interested. We can just call you a nickname too, like my recent Let's Play guest who I called Ranch, except in the video I definitely said her name. Oh man. Mantine down. Mantine is... It's really funny that Remoraid falls off of Mantine when Mantine fades. It's funny that Remoraid is even in Mantine's sprite in this game because it's its own Pokemon. It's kind of a disturbing idea. Yanma! Stop being like Griffith in Berserk and be my friend. Stop being like Sasuke when Sasuke decided the plot needed more running away. Yeah, I get that. I'm pretty, outside of my 9-to-5 job, I can very easily make plans ahead of time. So it would have to be coordinated, but it's something we could do ahead of time. I think that'd be really fun. We wouldn't have to be live, so we could record voiceovers and then go back and just decide what we keep. I've had success doing that with co-hosts. Knock on wood. I do have a short but fun Mario Kart video coming out soon with one of my friends, Slink. But now we have a Dunsparce. Oh man, but yeah, I do have to make more content. Stay on that grind. We got a Mareep. Count this sheep before you go to sleep, viewer. It is Double Dash. And it's Double Dash and we're both sharing a cart, and when my co-host is talking, she's not throwing her power-ups, which is added difficulty in a very fun way. It'll be a great video, I think. This game is so funny because most of its difficulty is just... They took the Pokemon disobeying you mechanic from over-leveling Pokemon that were traded from you and made it a difficulty. That's very silly. Sonic Boom! It is. It's my favorite card game. It's really hard. I'm still not good at it. I've owned that game since I was 9. I haven't been playing it since I was 9. But I'm still not very good at it. It's a good game. I like it quite a bit. Oh, Sash doesn't know what to do. They spoke in third person. Well, guess what, stream? Now we have done sparse. So we're gonna go back, all the way back to the computer. And before I hop off here, I'm just gonna let you know what the endgame team I'm thinking is gonna be, because I've already got a plan. Da, 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 da. That would have been more useful in those battles. Specific items. Character specific items in any other mark. Well, I think it's pretty unbalanced, to be honest. Because some characters get really ruined. Like some character specific items are way better than the others. And I don't think it's particularly well balanced. I think it's fun. It's a great game, but it's balancing. I'd like to look up some footage of people that are good at that game, because its balancing is really hard, and because of that, the people that are in front really stay in front, and the people that are in the middle are so variable. Like, it could go either way, in my opinion. But I think that makes for a pretty fun game, especially since there's enough blue shells that, as a group, the middle can try to keep up with player 1. Yeah, it is really fun. It's a wild house. Okay, so our team is going to be Bayleaf, Quagsire, Ampharos, Dunsparce, and Umbreon and Espeon. Eventually, this will become Meganium, and this will become Ampharos. And Ampharos will be the flex spot, but we're for sure having Dunsparce on our team. Actually, I'm gonna do some research on what Pokemon are in the game, and I might swap Ampharos for Hariyama. His fighting type is pretty good in this game from what I remember seeing. But yeah, we're close to purifying some of these Pokemon, which means we can get Dunsparce rolling on stream. We're gonna save our game here. Oh, we have caught 15 Pokemon. And you know what? I've been streaming for 4 hours. Happy 420. Remember to use code Easter for the link in the description to get 25% off CBD and THC. As long as it's legal in the area you're ordering it to. So you do need to provide ID. And I'll see you on the flip side.